Number 1, a.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider. Import java.utility vector. Public class A extends org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider.tag. Parser for a tag. Private static final parser tag parser equals new parser tag, a, parser tag dot closing underscore tag underscore yes. Parser for href attribute in tag. Private static final parser iter parse rater ref equals new parser iter.href. Private string href equals. Get an array of a tags. At param doc. The HTML document to be parsed. At return array of a. Public static a get as, string doc. Vector as equals new vector. Parser.parse, doc. While, parser.next tag. String content equals parser.get content. String address equals parser.get address. AA equals new a. A.build address, address. A.build, content. As.add element, a. A result equals new a as dot size. Result equals, a, as dot to array, result. Return result. Protected void build address, string address. Super.build address, address. Href equals parse rater ref.get value, address. At return returns the href. Public string get href. Return href. Number 2, about dialog.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.headless exception. Import javax.swing.jpanel. Import javax.swing.jbutton. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.abstract Import java.awt.gridbag Import java.awt.gridbag To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class about dialog extends abstract dialog. Private jpanel equals null. Private about panel equals null. Private jbutton btnok equals null. At throws headless exception. Public about dialog, throws headless exception. Super. Initialize. At param arg0. At param arg1. At throws headless exception. Public about dialog, frame arg0, boolean arg1, throws headless exception. Super, arg0, arg1. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set content pane, get jpanel. This dot pack. This dot set size, 406, 463. This method initializes jpanel. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel. If jpanel equals null. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 6 equals new gridbag constraints. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 5 equals new gridbag constraints. Jpanel equals new jpanel. Jpanel.set layout, new gridbag layout. Gridbag constraints 5.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 5.grid equals 0. Gridbag constraints 5.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 0,0,0,0. Gridbag constraints 5.fill equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.both. Gridbag constraints 5.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.northwest. Gridbag constraints 5.weights equals 1.0d. Gridbag constraints 5.weighty equals 1.0d. Gridbag constraints 5.ipad equals 2. Gridbag constraints 5.gridwidth equals 2. Gridbag constraints 6.gridx equals 1. Gridbag constraints 6.grid equals 1. Gridbag constraints 6.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 6.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.southeast. Jpanel.add, get about panel, gridbag constraints 5. Jpanel.add, get pnoc, gridbag constraints 6. Return jpanel. This method initializes about panel. At return com proof secure.paros.view.about panel. Private about panel get about panel. If about panel equals null. About panel equals new about panel. Return about panel. This method initializes btn at return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get pnoc. If btn equals null. btn equals new jbutton. btnok.setText, OK. btnok.addActionListener, new java.awt.event.actionListener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.actionEvent. About dialog.this.dispose. Return btnok. At javdiclindex equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Number 3, about panel.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import java.awt.gridbag constraints. Import java.awt.gridbag layout. Import java.awt.layout manager. Import javax.swing.image-icon. Import javax.swing.jlabel. Import javax.swing.jpanel. Import org.paros proxy.paros.constant. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class about panel extends jpanel. Private static final string product equals constant dot program underscore name. Private static final string version equals version plus constant dot program underscore version. Private static final string copyright equals copyright, c. 2003 to 2005 Kinotech Technologies Company. Private static final string license underscore detail equals HTML body p. Plus this program is free software, you can redistribute it under plus modify it under the terms of the clarified artistic license as published in the Free Software Foundation. Plus this program is distributed in the hope that it will be useful, but without any warranty. Plus without even the implied warranty of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Plus see the clarified artistic license for more details. Plus P. Plus P for queries please send to font color equals blue contact at parosproxy.org font P. Plus body HTML. Private static final string other underscore license equals HTML body. Plus P. This product includes softwares developed by the Apache Software Foundation. http www.apache.org. A licensed under Apache License 2.0. Plus HSQLDB is licensed under BSD license. JDIC is licensed by Sun Microsystems, Inc. under the LGPL license. Plus the copyrights of these softwares belong to their respective owners. Plus body HTML. Private JLabel LBL name equals null. Private JLabel LBL disclaimer equals null. Public about panel. Super. Initialize. At param arg0. Public about panel, boolean arg0. Super, arg0. Initialize. At param arg0. Public about panel, layout manager arg0. Super, arg0. Initialize. At param arg0. At param arg1. Public about panel, layout manager arg0, boolean arg1. Super, arg0, arg1. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. Grid bag constraints 8 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 7 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 6 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 5 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 4 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 3 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 2 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 1 equals new grid bag constraints. LBL disclaimer equals new JLabel. LBL name equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel LBL copyright equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel Blother copyright equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel LBL version equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel abla program name equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel abla copyright detail equals new JLabel. javax.swing.jlabel LBL logo equals new JLabel. This .set layout, new grid bag layout. This .set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 350,400. This .set background, java.awt.color.white. This .set size, new java.awt.dimension, 0,0. This .set border, javax.swing.borderFactory.createChed border, javax.swing.border.edgedborder.raised. LBL logo.set text. LBL logo.set icon, new image icon, get class, .get resource, resource paros underscore logo 64x64.gif. LBL logo.set name, LBL logo. Abla copyright detail.set text, license underscore detail. Abla copyright detail.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 300,120. Oblo copyright detail. Set font, new java.awt.font, default, java.awt.font. Plain, 11. Oblo copyright detail. Set name, Oblo copyright detail. Oblo copyright detail. Set background, java.awt.color.white. Oblo program name. Set text, product. Oblo program name. Set font, new java.awt.font, default, java.awt.font. Bold, 36. LBL version. Set text, version. LBL version. Set font, new java.awt.font, default, java.awt.font. Plain, 18. LBL version. Set name, LBL version. LBL version. Set background, java.awt.color.white. Oblother copyright. Set text, other _ license. Oblother copyright. Set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 300,80. Oblother copyright. Set name, Oblother copyright. Oblother copyright. Set font, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font. Plain, 11. Oblother copyright. Set background, java.awt.color.white. LBL copyright. Set text, copyright. LBL copyright. Set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension. LBL copyright. Set name, LBL copyright. LBL copyright. Set background, java.awt.color.white. LBL name. Set icon, new image icon, get class, get resource, resource _ name. GIF. LBL name. Set text. LBL name. Set name, LBL name. This. Set font, new java.awt.font, default, java.awt.font. Plain, 11. Oblo program name. Set visible, false. Oblo program name. Set name, Oblo program name. LBL disclaimer. Set text, HTML body p disclaimer. You should only use this software to test the security of your own web application or those you are authorized to do so. parosproxy.org takes no responsibility for any problems in relation to running Paros against any applications or machines. P-body HTML. LBL disclaimer. Set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 300,60. LBL disclaimer. Set name, LBL disclaimer. LBL disclaimer. Set font, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font. Plain, 11. LBL disclaimer. Set background, java.awt.color.white. Grid bag constraints 1. Gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1. Grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1. ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1. ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1. Grid height equals 2. Grid bag constraints 2. Gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 2. Grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 2. ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 2. ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3. Gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 3. Grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3. ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3. ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3. Anchor equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints. Northwest. Grid bag constraints 3. Insets equals new java.awt. Insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 4. Gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 4. Grid equals 1. Grid bag constraints 4. ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 4.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 4.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 4.insets equals new java.awt.insets 0,5,0,5. Grid bag constraints 5.gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints 5.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.horizontal. Grid bag constraints 5.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 5.grid equals 3. Grid bag constraints 5.ipads equals 0. Grid bag constraints 5.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 5.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. Grid bag constraints 6.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 6.grid equals 5. Grid bag constraints 6.ipads equals 0. Grid bag constraints 6.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 6.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. Grid bag constraints 6.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 6.gridwidth equals 2. Grid bag constraints 6.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 6.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.horizontal. Grid bag constraints 7.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.grid equals 6. Grid bag constraints 7.ipads equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.horizontal. Grid bag constraints 7.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 7.gridwidth equals 2. Grid bag constraints 7.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. Grid bag constraints 8.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 8.grid equals 4. Grid bag constraints 8.ipads equals 0. Grid bag constraints 8.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 8.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 8.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.horizontal. Grid bag constraints 8.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. Grid bag constraints 8.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 8.gridwidth equals 2. This.add, blah program name, grid bag constraints 3. Grid bag constraints 1.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 1.insets equals new java.awt.insets 5,15,5,15. Grid bag constraints 2.insets equals new java.awt.insets 3,5,5,10. Grid bag constraints 2.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 5.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. This.add, LBL version, grid bag constraints 4. This.add, LBL logo, grid bag constraints 1. This.add, LBL name, grid bag constraints 2. This.add, LBL copyright, grid bag constraints 5. This.add, LBL disclaimer, grid bag constraints 8. This.add, LBL copyright detail, grid bag constraints 6. This.add, LBL copyright, grid bag constraints 7. At javedical index equals 0 visual constraint equals 7,0. Number 4, about window.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class about window extends abstract frame. Private about panel equals null. Public about window. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set cursor, new java.awt.cursor, java.awt.cursor.wait underscore cursor. This dot set resizable, false. This dot set content pane, get about panel. This dot pack. This dot set size, 426, 425. Center frame. This method initializes about panel. At return org.paros proxy.paros.view.about panel. Private about panel get about panel. If about panel equals null. About panel equals new about panel. Return about panel. At javedict equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Number 5, about window old.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import java.awt.card layout. Import java.awt.dimension. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.graphics configuration. Import java.awt.toolkit. Import java.awt.window. Import javax.swing.jwindow. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class about window old extends jwindow. Private javax.swing.jpanel jcontent pane equals null, at javedict equals 0 visual constraint equals 19,20. Private about panel equals null. Public about window old. Super. Initialize. At param arg0. Public about window old, frame arg0. Super, arg0. Initialize. At param arg0. Public about window old, graphics configuration arg0. Super, arg0. Initialize. At param arg0. Public about window old, window arg0. Super, arg0. Initialize. At param arg0. At param arg1. Public about window old, window arg0, graphics configuration arg1. Super, arg0, arg1. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set content pane, get jcontent pane. This dot set visible, true. This dot set size, 405, 317. This method initializes jcontent pane. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private javax.swing.jpanel get jcontent pane. If jcontent pane equals null. Jcontent pane equals new javax.swing.jpanel. Jcontent pane.set layout, new card layout. Jcontent pane.add, get about panel, get name. Return jcontent pane. This method initializes about panel. At return com-proof secure.paros.view.about panel. Private about panel get about panel. If about panel equals null. About panel equals new about panel. About panel dot set name, about panel. Return about panel. Center this frame. Private void center frame. Dimension screen size equals toolkit.get default toolkit.get screen size. Dimension frame size equals this .get size. If frame size.height screen size.height. Frame size.height equals screen size.height. If frame size.width screen size.width. Frame size.width equals screen size.width. This .set location, screen size.width, frame size.width, 2, screen size.height, frame size.height, 2. Public void set visible, Boolean show. Center frame. Super.set visible, show. At javedical index equals 0 visual constraint equals 39,10. Number 6, abstract app paramplugin.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Import java.utility vector. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract public class abstract app paramplugin extends abstract app plugin. Private vector list variant equals new vector. Private variant equals null. Private name value pair original pair equals null. Public void scan. List variant.add, new variant URL query. List variant.add, new variant form query. 4. Int I equals 0, I list variant dot size, and, is stop, I++. HTTP message equals get nyumsk. Variant equals, variant, list variant dot get, I. Variant dot set message, scan variant. Private void scan variant. 4. Int I equals 0, I variant dot get param list, dot size, and, is stop, I++. Original pair equals, name value pair, variant dot get param list, dot get, I. HTTP message equals get nyumsk. Scan, message, original pair dot get name, original pair dot get value. Abstract public void scan, HTTP message, string param, string value. Set the param into the current message. The position will be handled by the abstract class. If both param and value is null, the current parameter will be removed. At param message. At param. At param value. At return. Protected string set parameter, HTTP message, string param, string value. Return variant dot set parameter, message, original pair, param, value. Number 7, abstract app plugin.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Abstract app plugin is an abstract base class for plugins basing on the hierarchy of the site to perform a test. Each URL under the selected node will be traversed and launch a plugin to test. Multiple threads will be executed. But abstract app plugin must complete before another can start. Abstract public class abstract app plugin extends abstract plugin. Public void notify plugin completed, host process parent. No need to notify parent this plugin is completed. Host process will wait each Abstract app plugin to finish. Number 8, abstract control.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.control. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension loader. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.view. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public abstract class abstract control. Protected extension loader equals null. Protected model equals null. Protected view equals null. Public abstract control, model, view. This dot model equals model. This dot view equals view. Public extension loader get extension loader. If loader equals null. Loader equals new extension loader, model, view. Return loader. Protected void load extension. Add common extension. Add extension. Get extension loader, start lifecycle. Implemented by subclass to add specific plugin for the control. Protected abstract void add extension. Add plugin common to all control here. This is added before all other control specific plugin. Protected void add common extension. Public void shutdown, Boolean compact. Get extension loader, Destroy extension. Model.getDB.close, compact. Number 9, abstract default file plugin.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Import java.utility vector. Import java.utility regex.pattern. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract Public Class Abstract Default File Plugin extends Abstract Host Plugin. Private Static Final Pattern Items equals pattern.compile. Private Static Final String Special underscore tag underscore list equals @kpn. Private Static Final String tag underscore replace underscore list equals CGI bin CGI local height bin CGI win bin scripts. Private URI base URI equals null. Private vector list URI equals new vector. Protected void add test, string directories, string files. String dir list equals null. File list equals null. String dir equals File equals. Directories equals directories.trim. Files equals files.trim. 4. Int I equals 0, I special underscore tag underscore list dot length, I plus plus. Directories equals directories dot replace all, special underscore tag underscore list I, tag underscore replace underscore list I. Try. Dir list equals pattern items dot split, directories. File list equals pattern items dot split, files. 4. Int I equals 0, I dir list dot length, I plus plus. Dir equals dir list I dot trim. If dir starts with dir equals plus dir. 4. Int j equals 0, j file list dot length, j plus plus. File equals file list j dot trim. Try. URI equals create URI, base URI, dir, file. List URI dot add, URI. Catch, URI exception EU. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. Private URI create URI, URI base, string dir, string file, throws URI exception. If dir starts with dir equals plus dir. If file dot starts with and dir ends with file equals plus file. String path equals dir plus file. URI equals new URI, base, path, true. Return URI. At return returns the base URI. Public URI get base URI. Return base URI. At return returns the list URI. Public vector get list URI. Return list URI. Public void init. Base URI equals get base emsc, dot get request header, dot get URI. Public void scan. 4, int I equals 0, I get list URI, dot size, and, is stop, I++. URI equals, URI, get list URI, dot get, I. HTTP message equals get nyumsk. Try. Message get request header, dot set URI, URI. Message get request body, dot set length, 0. Send and receive, message. If, is file exist, message. Bingo, alert.risk_medium, alert.suspicious, URI.tossed_ring, message. Catch, exception E. Number 10, abstract dialog.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.awt.dimension. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.headless exception. Import java.awt.toolkit. Import javax.swing.jdialog. Import org.paros proxy.paros.constant. Abstract base class for all dialog box. Abstract public class abstract dialog extends jdialog. Protected abstract dialog. This dialog equals null. At throws java.awt.headless exception. Public abstract dialog, throws headless exception. Super. Initialize. At param arg0. At param arg1. At throws java.awt.headless exception. Public abstract dialog, frame arg0, boolean arg1, throws headless exception. Super, arg0, arg1. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set visible, false. This dot set font, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font.plain, 12. This dot set default closey operation, javax.swing.window constants.dispose _on _close. This dot set size, 300,200. This dot set title, constant.program_name. Center this frame. Public void center dialog. Dimension screen size equals toolkit.get default toolkit.get screen size. Dimension frame size equals this .get size. If frame size.height screen size.height. Frame size.height equals screen size.height. If frame size.width screen size.width. Frame-size.width equals screen-size.width. This dot set location, screen-size.width, frame-size.width, 2, screen-size.height, frame-size.height, 2. Public void set visible, Boolean show. If, show. Center dialog. Super dot set visible, show. Number 11, abstract frame.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import java.awt.dimension. Import java.awt.toolkit. Import javax.swing.jframe. Import org.paros proxy.paros.constant. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public abstract class abstract frame extends JFrame. This is the default constructor. Public abstract frame. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This set icon image, toolkit.get default toolkit, .get image, get class, .get resource, resource paros _ logo 48x48.gif. This dot set visible, false. This dot set title, constant dot program underscore name. This dot set size, 800, 600. This dot set font, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font.plain, 11. Center frame. Center this frame. Public void center frame. Dimension screen size equals toolkit.get default toolkit, .get screen size. Dimension frame size equals this .get size. If frame size.height screen size.height. Frame size.height equals screen size.height. If frame size.width screen size.width. Frame size.width equals screen size.width. This dot set location, screen size.width, frame size.width, 2, screen size.height, frame size.height, 2. At J visual info decl index equals 0 visual constraint equals 31,17. Number 12, abstract host plugin.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract public class abstract host plugin extends abstract plugin. Public void notify plugin completed, host process parent. Parent.plugin complete, this. Number 13, abstract panel.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension. Import java.awt.component. Import javax.swing.jpanel. Import javax.swing.jtabedpane. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and comments. Public class abstract panel extends jpanel. This is the default constructor. Public abstract panel. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set size, 300,200. Public void setup focus. Component C equals this dot get parent. If, C instancio of jtabid pane. Jtabid pane tab equals, jtabid pane, C. Tab dot set selected component, this. Number 14, abstract param.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.common. Import org.apache.commons.configuration.file configuration. Import org.apache.commons.configuration.xml configuration. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract public class abstract param. Private file configuration config equals null. Load this param from config. At param config. Public void load, file configuration config. This dot config equals config. Parse. Public void load, string file name. Try. Config equals new XML configuration, file name. Load. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. Public void load, throws exception. Config.load. Parse. Public file configuration get config. Return config. Implement by subclass to parse the config file. Abstract protected void parse. Number 15, abstract param dialog.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import java.awt.card layout. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.gridbag constraints. Import java.awt.gridbag layout. Import java.awt.headless exception. Import java.utility enumeration. Import java.utility hash table. Import javax.swing.jbutton. Import javax.swing.jlabel. Import javax.swing.joptionpane. Import javax.swing.jpanel. Import javax.swing.jscrollpane. Import javax.swing.jsplitepane. Import javax.swing.jtextfield. Import javax.swing.jtree. Import javax.swing.tree.default mutable tree node. Import javax.swing.tree.default tree cell renderer. Import javax.swing.tree.default tree model. Import javax.swing.tree.tree path. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.abstract dialog. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class abstract param dialog extends abstract dialog. Private object param object equals null. Private hash table panel equals new hash table. Private int exit result equals joption.pane.cancel underscore option. Private javax.swing.jpanel jcontent pane equals null. Private jbutton btn ok equals null. Private jbutton btn cancel equals null. Private jpanel equals null. Private jsplite pane equals null. Private jtree param equals null. Private jpanel 1 equals null. Private jpanel pane lparam equals null. Private jtext field text headline equals null. Private default tree model equals null. At javdicl index equals 0 parse visual constraint equals 14,12. Private default mutable tree node root node equals null. At javdicl index equals 0 parse visual constraint equals 10,50. Private jscroll pane equals null. Private jscroll pane 1 equals null. Public abstract param dialog. Super. Initialize. At param arg0. At throws headless exception. Public abstract param dialog, frame parent, boolean modal, string title, string root name, throws headless exception. Super, parent, modal. Initialize. This dot set title, GetRoot node, dot setAsir object, root name. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set font, new java.awt.font, dialog, java.awt.font.plain, 12. This dot set size, 500, 375. This dot set default closey operation, javax.swing.window constants.dispose_on_close. This .set content pane, get jcontent pane. This method initializes jcontent pane. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private javax.swing.jpanel get jcontent pane. If jcontent pane equals null. java.awt.gridbag constraints 1 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbag constraints 14 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbag constraints 13 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbag constraints 12 equals new gridbag constraints. javax.swing.jlabel equals new jlabel. jcontent pane equals new javax.swing.jpanel. jcontent pane.set layout, new gridbag layout. jlabel.set name, jlabel. jlabel.set text. Gridbag constraints 12.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 12.grid equals 1. Gridbag constraints 12.ipadx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 12.ipad equals 0. Gridbag constraints 12.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.west. Gridbag constraints 12.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.horizontal. Gridbag constraints 12.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 12.weights equals 1.0d. Gridbag constraints 13.gridx equals 1. Gridbag constraints 13.grid equals 1. Gridbag constraints 13.ipadx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 13.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 13.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.none. Grid bag constraints 13.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.east. Grid bag constraints 13.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 14.gridx equals 2. Grid bag constraints 14.grid equals 1. Grid bag constraints 14.ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 14.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 14.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.east. Grid bag constraints 14.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 2,2,2,2. Grid bag constraints 1.weights equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 1.weighty equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 1.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.both. Grid bag constraints 1.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Grid bag constraints 1.gridwidth equals 3. Grid bag constraints 1.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1.grid equals 0. jcontentPane.add, get jsplitPane, grid bag constraints 1. jcontentPane.add, jlabel, grid bag constraints 12. jcontentPane.add, get pnoc, grid bag constraints 13. jcontentPane.add, get pncancel, grid bag constraints 14. Return jcontentPane. This method initializes btnok. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get pnoc. If btnok equals null. btnok equals new jbutton. btnok.setName, btnok. btnok.setText, OK. btnok.addActionListener, new java.awt.event.actionListener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.actionEvent. Try. Validate param. Save param. Exit result equals joptionPane.ok_option. Abstract param dialog.this.set visible, false. Catch, exception X. View.getSingleton.show warning dialog, ex get message. Return btn OK. This method initializes btn cancel. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Protected jbutton get cancel. If btn cancel equals null. btn cancel equals new jbutton. btn cancel.set name, btn cancel. btn cancel.set text, cancel. btn cancel.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Exit result equals joption pane.cancel _ option. Abstract param dialog.this.set visible, false. Return btn cancel. This method initializes jpanel. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel. If jpanel equals null. java.awt.gridbag constraints 7 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbag constraints 5 equals new gridbag constraints. java.awt.gridbag constraints 2 equals new gridbag constraints. jpanel equals new jpanel. jpanel.set layout, new gridbag layout. jpanel.set name, jpanel. Grid bag constraints 2.weights equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 2.weighty equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 2.fill equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints both. Grid bag constraints 5.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 5.grid equals 1. Grid bag constraints 5.ipadx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 5.ipad equals 0. Grid bag constraints 5.fill equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints both. Grid bag constraints 5.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 5.weighty equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints 5.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. Grid bag constraints 5.anchor equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints northwest. Grid bag constraints 7.weights equals 1.0. Grid bag constraints 7.fill equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints horizontal. Grid bag constraints 7.anchor equals java.awt. Grid bag constraints northwest. Grid bag constraints 7.gridx equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 7.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,5,2,5. jpanel.add gets headline grid bag constraints 7. jpanel.add get panel param, grid bag constraints 5. Return jpanel. This method initializes jsplitepane. At return javax.swing.jsplitepane. Private jsplitepane get jsplitepane. If jsplitepane equals null. jsplitepane equals new jsplitepane. jsplitepane.set continuous layout, true. jsplitepane.set visible, true. jsplitepane.stride component, get jpanel 1. jsplitepane.set divider location, 175. jsplitepane.set divider size, 3. jsplitepane.strsize weight, 0.3d. jsplitepane.set border, javax.swing.borderFactory.createEdged border, javax.swing.border.edgedborder.lowered. jsplitepane.set left component, get jscrollpane. Return jsplitepane. This method initializes tree param. At return javax.swing.jtree. Private jtree get tree param. If tree param equals null. Tree param equals new jtree. Tree param.set model, get tree model. Treeparam.set shows Ruthendals, true. Treeparam.strut visible, true. Treeparam.add tree selection listener, new javax.swing.event.tree selection listener. Public void value changed, javax.swing.event.tree selection event e. Default mutable tree node equals, default mutable tree node, get tree param, dot get last selected path component. If, node equals null, return. String name equals, string, node dot get as your object. Show param panel, name. Default tree cell renderer equals new default tree cell renderer. Renderer.set leaficon, null. Renderer.set apinicon, null. Renderer.set closticon, null. Treeparam.set cellrenderer, renderer. Treeparam.stro height, 18. Return treeparam. This method initializes jpanel1. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel1. If, jpanel1 equals null. Jpanel1 equals new jpanel. Jpanel1.set layout, new card layout. Jpanel1.set border, javax.swing.border factory.create border, 0,0,0,0. Jpanel1.add, get jscrollpane1, get jscrollpane1, get name. Return jpanel1. This method initializes pane param. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Protected jpanel get panel param. If, pane param equals null. Pane param equals new jpanel. Pane param.set layout, new card layout. Pane param.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 300,300. painelparam.setBorder, javax.swing.borderFactory.createTypeBorder, 0,0,0,0. Return painelparam. This method initializes text headline. At return javax.swing.jText field. Private jText field gets headline. If text headline equals null. Text headline equals new jText field. Text headline.setBorder, javax.swing.borderFactory.createChedBorder, javax.swing.border.edgedBorder.raised. Text headline.setEditable, false. Text headline.setEnabled, false. Text headline.setBackground, java.awt.color.white. Text headline.setFont, new java.awt.font, default, java.awt.font.bold, 12. Return text headline. This method initializes tree model. At return javax.swing.tree.default tree model. Private default tree model get tree model. If tree model equals null. Tree model equals new default tree model, getRoot node. Tree model.setRoot, getRoot node. Return tree model. This method initializes root node. At return javax.swing.tree.default mutable tree node. Protected default mutable tree node getRoot node. If root node equals null. Root node equals new default mutable tree node, root. Return root node. Private default mutable tree node add param node, string param sec. String param equals null. Default mutable tree node parent equals getRoot node. Default mutable tree node child equals null. Default mutable tree node result equals null. 4. Int I equals 0, I param sec.length, I++. Param equals param sec I. Result equals null. 4. Int j equals 0, j parent dot get child count, j plus plus. Child equals, default mutable tree node, parent dot get child at, j. If, child dot tossed ring, dot equal signer case, param. Result equals child. Break. If, result equals null. Result equals new default mutable tree node, param. Parent.add, result. Parent equals result. Return parent. If multiple name use the same panel. At param parent params. At param name. At param panel. Public void add param panel, string parent params, string name, abstract param panel. If, parent params, equals null. Default mutable tree node parent equals add param node, parent params. Default mutable tree node new node equals new default mutable tree node, name. Parent.add, new node. Else. No need to create node. This is the root panel. Get panel param, .add, panel, panel.get name. Table panel.put, name, panel. Public void add param panel, string parent params, abstract param panel. Add param panel, parent params, panel.get name, panel. Protected void show param panel, string name. If, name equals null name dot equals, return. Exit if panel name not found. J panel equals, jpanel, table panel.get, name. If panel equals null, return. Getst headline, dot set text, name. Card layout card equals, card layout, get panel param, dot get layout. Card dot show, get panel param, panel dot get name. Public void init param, object obj. Param object equals obj. Enumeration n equals table panel dot elements. Abstract param panel equals null. While n dot has mari elements. Panel equals abstract param panel n dot next element. Panel dot init param obj. This method is to be overridden by subclass. Public void validate param, throws exception. Enumeration n equals table panel dot elements. Abstract param panel equals null. While n dot has mari elements. Panel equals abstract param panel n dot next element. Panel dot validate param object. This method is to be overridden by subclass. Public void save param throws exception. Enumeration n equals table panel dot elements. Abstract param panel equals null. While n dot has mari elements. Panel equals abstract param panel n dot next element. Panel dot save param object. protected void expand root. Get tree param, dot expand path, new tree path, getroot node. Public int show dialog, boolean show root. Expand root. Try. Default mutable tree node first node equals null. If, show root. First node equals, default mutable tree node, get tree model, dot get root. Else. First node equals, default mutable tree node, get tree model, dot get root, dot get child at, 0. Show param panel, first node dot tossed ring. Get tree param, dot set selection path, new tree path, first node dot get path. Catch, exception e. This dot set visible, true. Return exit result. This method initializes jscrollPane. At return javax.swing.jscrollPane. Private jscrollPane get jscrollPane. If jscrollPane equals null. JScrollPane equals new JScrollPane. JScrollPane.set viewport view, get tree param. JScrollPane.set border, javax.swing.borderFactory.createType border, 0,0,0,0. Return JScrollPane. This method initializes JScrollPane1. At return javax.swing.jscrollPane. Private JScrollPane get JScrollPane1. If JScrollPane1 equals null. JScrollPane1 equals new JScrollPane. JScrollPane1.set name, JScrollPane1. JScrollPane1.set viewport view, get JPanel. JScrollPane1.set the horizontal scroll bar policy, javax.swing.jscrollpane.horizontal_scrollbar_never. JScrollPane1. Set vertical scrollbar policy, javax.swing.jscrollpane.vertical_scrollbar_never. Return JScrollPane1. At javdiclindex equals 0 visual constraint equals 73,11. Number 16, abstract param panel.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.view. Import javax.swing.jpanel. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract public class abstract param panel extends jpanel. This is the default constructor. Public abstract param panel. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set size 500, 375. Abstract public void init param, object obj. Abstract public void validate param, object obj, throws exception. Abstract public void save param, object obj, throws exception. Number 17, abstract plugin.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Import java.io.io exception. Import java.io. Unsupported encoding exception. Import java.net.url decoder. Import java.net.url encoder. Import java.utility.regex.matcher. Import java.utility.regex.pattern. Import org.apache.commons.configuration.configuration. Import org.apache.commons.client.http exception. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log. Import org.apache.commons.logging.log factory. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http header. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Abstract Public Class Abstract Plugin implements plugin, comparable. Default pattern used in pattern check for most plugins. Protected static final int pattern underscore param equals pattern dot case underscore insensitive pattern dot multiline. CRLF string. Protected static final string CRLF equals \r\n. Private host process parent equals null. Private HTTP message equals null. Private boolean enabled equals false. Private log equals log factory dot get log, this dot get class. Private configuration config equals null. Public abstract plugin. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get ID. Abstract public int get ID. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get name. Abstract public string get name. Public string get code name. String result equals get class, dot get name. Int pos equals get class, dot get name, dot last index of, dot. If, POS-1. Result equals result.substring, POS plus 1. Return result. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get dependency. Abstract public string get dependency. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get description. Abstract public string get description. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get category. Abstract public int get category. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get solution. Abstract public string get solution. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number get reference. Abstract public string get reference. Non-Javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number init, com proof secure.paros.network.http message, com proof secure.paros.core.scanner.host process. Public void init, http message, host process parent. This dot message equals message clone all. This dot parent equals parent. Init. Abstract public void init. Obtain a new HTTP message with the same request as the base. The response is empty. This is used by plugin to craft a new message to send receive. It does not affect the base message. At return a new HTTP message with cloned request. Response is empty. Protected HTTP message get nyumsk. Return message clone request. Get the base reference HTTP message for this check. Both request and response is present. It should not be modified during when the plugin runs. Return the base HTTP message with request response. Protected HTTP message get base EMSC. Return message. Send and receive a HTTP message. Message should have the request header body set. Fresh copy will always be retrieved via this method. The request header content length will be modified by this method. @param message. @throws HTTP exception. @throws IO exception. Protected void send and receive, HTTP message, throws HTTP exception, IO exception. Always get the fresh copy. Send and receive, message, true. Message get request header, .sethheader, http header .if underscore modified underscore since, null. Message get request header, .sethheader, http header .if underscore none underscore match, null. Message get request header, .set content length, message get request body, .length. Parent.get sender, .send and receive, message. Send and receive a HTTP message. Message should have the request header body set. Fresh copy will always be retrieved via this method. The request header content length will be modified by this method. @param message. @param is follow redirect response. @throws HTTP exception. @throws IO exception. Protected void send and receive, HTTP message. Boolean is follow direct, throws HTTP exception, IO exception. Always get the fresh copy. Message get request header, .sethheader, HTTP header .if underscore modified underscore since, null. Message get request header, .sethheader, http header.if underscore none underscore match, null. Message get request header, dot set content length, message get request body, dot length. Parent.getSender.send and receive, message, is follow direct. Return. Below code moved to sender for generic use. If, is follow direct. Message get request header, dot get method, dot equal signer recase, http request header dot post. Message get request header, dot get method, dot equal signer recase, http request header dot put. Parent.getSender.send and receive, message, is follow direct. Return. Else. Parent.getSender.send and receive, message, false. http message temp equals message clone all. Post put method cannot be redirected by library. Need to follow by code. Loop one time only because client can handle redirect itself after first get. For int I equals 0, I1. And http status code dot is redirection, temp.get response header, dot get status code. And temp.get response header, dot get status code, equals http status code dot not underscore modified, I++. String location equals temp.get response header, dot get header, http header dot location. URI base URI equals temp.get request header, dot get URI. URI new location equals new URI, base URI, location, false. Temp.get request header, dot set URI, new location. Temp.get request header, dot set method, http request header dot get. Temp.get request header, dot set content length, 0. Parent.getSender, dot send and receive, temp, true. Message response header, temp.get response header. Message response body, temp.get response body. Public void run. Try. If, is stop. Scan. Catch, exception e. Get log, .warn, e.get message. Notify plugin completed, get parent. The core scan method to be implemented by subclass. Abstract public void scan. Generate an alert when a security issue, risk info, is found. Default name, description. Solution of this plugin will be used. @param risk. @param reliability. @param URI. @param. @param other info. @param message. Protected void bingo, int risk, int reliability, string URI, string param, string other info, HTTP message. Bingo, risk, reliability, this.get name, this.get description, URI, param, other info, this.get solution, message. Generate an alert when a security issue, risk info, is found. Custom alert name. Description and solution will be used. @param risk. @param reliability. @param name. @param description. @param URI. @param. @param other info. @param solution. @param message. Protected void bingo, int risk, int reliability, string name, string description, string URI, string param, string other info, string solution, HTTP message. Alert equals new alert, this.get ID, risk, reliability, name. If, URI equals null URI dot equals. URI equals message get request header, dot get URI, dot toString. If, param equals null. Param equals. Alert dot set detail, description, URI, param, Other info, solution, this.get reference, message. Parent.alert found, alert. Check I. At param message. At return. Protected boolean is file exist, http message. Return parent.get analyzer, is file exist, message. Check if this test should be stopped. It should be checked periodically in plugin. E.g. when in loops, so the host process can stop this plugin cleanly. At return. Protected boolean is stop. Return parent. Is stop. At return returns if this test is enabled. Public boolean is enabled. Return get property, enabled, equals, 1. Public boolean is visible. Return true. Enable this test. Public void set enabled, boolean enabled. If enabled. Set property enabled, 1. Else. Set property enabled, 0. Compare if two plugin is the same. Public int compare 2, object obj. Int result equals -1. If obj instancy of abstract plugin. Abstract plugin test equals abstract plugin obj. If get id test.get id. Result equals -1. Else if, getID, test.getID. Result equals 1. Else. Result equals 0. Return result. Public boolean equals, object obj. If, compare to, obj, equals 0. Return true. Return false. Check if the given pattern can be found in the header. At param message. At param header name. At param pattern. At return true if the pattern can be found. Protected boolean match header pattern, HTTP message, string header, pattern. If, message get response header, dot is empty. Return false. String val equals message get response header, dot get header. If, val equals null. Return false. Matcher equals pattern dot matcher, val. Return matcher dot find. Check if the given pattern can be found in the message body. If the supplied string buffer is not null, append the result to the string buffer. At param message. At param pattern. At param sb. At return true if the pattern can be found. Protected boolean match body pattern, HTTP message, pattern, string buffer sb. Matcher equals pattern dot matcher, message get response body, dot tossed ring. Boolean result equals matcher dot find. If, result. If, SB, equals null. SB append, matcher dot group. Return result. Write a progress update message. Currently this just display in system.out. At param message. Protected void write progress, string message. System.out.println, message. Get the parent host process. At return. Protected host process get parent. Return parent. Non-javadoc. At ccom-proof secure.paros.core.scanner.plugin number notify plugin completed, com-proof secure.paros.core.scanner.host process. Abstract public void notify plugin completed, host process parent. Replace body by stripping of pattern string. The URL encoded and URL decoded. Pattern will also be stripped off. This is mainly used for stripping off a testing string in HTTP response. For comparison against the original response. Reference, test injection SQL. At param body. At param pattern. At return. Protected string strip off, string body, string pattern. String URL encode pattern equals get URL encode, pattern. String URL decode pattern equals get URL decode, pattern. String HTML encode pattern 1 equals get HTML encode, pattern. String HTML encode pattern 2 equals get HTML encode, URL encode pattern. String HTML encode pattern 3 equals get HTML encode, URL decode pattern. String result equals body dot replace all, // q plus pattern plus / e, dot replace all, / q plus URL encode pattern plus / e, dot replace all, / q plus URL decode pattern plus / e. Result equals result dot replace all, / q plus HTML encode pattern 1 plus / e, dot replace all, / q plus HTML encode pattern 2 plus / e, dot replace all, / q plus HTML encode pattern 3 plus / e. Return result. Public static string get URL encode, string message. String result equals try. Result equals URL encoder dot encode, message, UTF-8. Catch, unsupported encoding exception e.print stack trace. Return result. Public static string get URL decode, string message. String result equals try. Result equals URL decoder dot decode, message, UTF-8. Catch, unsupported encoding exception e.print stack trace. Return result. Public static string get HTML encode, string message. String result equals message replace all, and number 60. Result equals result dot replace all, and number 62. Return result. Protected KB get KB. Return get parent, dot get KB. Protected log get log. Return log. Public string get property, string key. Return config dot get string, plugins. Plus p plus get id, plus dot. Plus key. Public void set property, string key, string value. Config dot set property, plugins. Plus p plus get id, plus dot. Plus key, value. Public void set config, configuration config. This .config equals config. Public configuration get config. Return config. Check and create necessary parameter in config file if not already present. Public void create param if not exist. If get property enabled equals null. Set property enabled 1. Number 18, abstract table.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.db. Import java.sql.connection. Import java.sql.sql exception. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public abstract class abstract table implements database listener. Private connection equals null. Private database server equals null. Public abstract table. Public void database open, database server, throws SQL exception. This .server equals server. Connection equals null. Reconnect, get connection. Protected connection get connection, throws SQL exception. If connection equals null. Connection equals server.get no connection. Return connection. Abstract protected void reconnect, connection, throws SQL exception. Number 19, alert.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Import org.paros proxy.paros.db.record alert. Import org.paros proxy.paros.extension.report generator. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.paros proxy.paros.network.http message. Public class alert implements comparable. Public static final int risk underscore info equals 0. Public static final int risk underscore low equals 1. Public static final int risk underscore medium equals 2. Public static final int risk underscore high equals 3. Public static final int suspicious equals 0. Public static final int warning equals 1. Public static final string message underscore risk equals informational, low, medium, high. Public static final string message underscore reliability equals suspicious, warning. Private int alert ID equals 0. Private int plugin ID equals 0. Private string alert equals. Private int risk equals risk underscore info. Private int reliability equals warning. Private string description equals. Private string URI equals. Private string param equals. Private string other info equals. Private string solution equals. Private string reference equals. Private HTTP message equals null. Public alert, int plugin ID. This dot plugin ID equals plugin ID. Public alert, int plugin ID, int risk, int reliability, string alert. This, plugin ID. Strisk reliability, risk, reliability. Set alert, alert. Public alert, record alert, record alert. This, record alert.get pluginid, record alert.get risk, record alert.get reliability, record alert.get alert. History reference ref equals null. Try. Ref equals new history reference, record alert.get historyid. Set detail, record alert.get description, record alert.get URI, record alert.get param, record alert.get author-info, record alert.get solution, record alert.get reference, ref.get message. Catch, exception E. Public void strisk reliability, int risk, int reliability. This dot risk equals risk. This dot reliability equals reliability. Public void set alert, string alert. If alert equals null, return. This dot alert equals new string, alert. Public void set detail, string description, string URI, string param, string other info, string solution, string reference, HTTP message. Set description, description. Set URI, URI. Set param, param. Set other info. Set solution, solution. Set reference, reference. Set message, message. Public void set URI, string URI. This dot URI equals new string, URI. Public void set description, string description. If description equals null, return. This dot description equals new string, description. Public void set param, string param. If param equals null, return. This dot param equals new string, param. Public void seed_other_info, string other info. If other info equals null, return. This dot other info equals new string, other info. Public void set solution, string solution. If solution equals null, return. This dot solution equals new string, solution. Public void set reference, string reference. If reference equals null, return. This dot reference equals new string, reference. Public void set message, HTTP message. If message equals null. This dot message equals message.clone all. Else. This dot message equals message. Public int compare2, object o2, throws class cast exception. Alert alert2 equals, alert, o2. Int result equals 0. If risk alert2.risk. Return -1. Else if risk alert2.risk. Return 1. If reliability alert2.reliability. Return -1. Else if reliability alert2.reliability. Return 1. Result equals alert.compare_case, alert2.alert. If result equals 0. Return result. Result equals alert.compare_case, alert2.uri. If result equals 0. Return result. Result equals alert.compare_case, alert2.param. If result equals 0. Return result. Return other info.compare_case, alert2.otherinfo. Override equals. Alerts are equal if the alert, URI, and param is the same. Public boolean equals, object obj. Alert item equals null. If, obj instancy of alert. Item equals, alert, obj. If, plugin ID equals item.plugin ID, and URI =signor case, item.uri. And param =signor case, item.param, and other info =signor case, item.other info. Return true. Return false. Create a new instance of alert item with same members. Public alert new instance. Alert item equals new alert, this.plugin ID. Item.strisk reliability, this.risk, this.reliability. Item.set alert, this.alert. Item.set detail, this.description, this.uri, this.param, this.other info, this.solution, this.reference, this.message. Return item. Public string toplogin smell, string URLs. String buffer SB equals new string buffer, 150. SB append, alert item \r\n. SB append, pluginid plus plugin ID plus pluginid \r\n. SB append, alert plus alert \r\n. SB append, risk code plus risk code \r\n. SB append, reliability plus reliability \r\n. SB append, risk desk plus replace entity, message underscore risk plus message underscore reliability plus risk desk \r\n. SB append, desk plus paragraph, replace entity, description, plus desk /r/n. SB append, URLs. SB append, solution plus paragraph, replace entity, solution, plus solution /r/n. SB append, reference plus paragraph, replace entity, reference, plus reference /r/n. SB append, alert item /r/n. Return SB to string. Public string replace entity, string text. String result equals null. If text equals null, result equals report generator dot entity encode text. Return result. Public string paragraph, string text. String result equals null. Result equals p plus text dot replace all, /r /n, pp, dot replace all, /n, pp, plus p. Result equals result dot replace all, and lt, ul and gt, ul, dot replace all, and lt, ul and gt, ul, dot replace all, and lt, li and gt, li, dot replace all, and lt, li and gt, li. Result equals text dot replace all, /r /n, br, dot replace all, /n, br. Return result. Private string break spaces string, string text. String result equals null. Result equals text dot replace all, and amp, wbr. Return result. At return returns the alert. Public string get alert. Return alert. At return returns the description. Public string get description. Return description. At return returns the ID. Public int get pluginid. Return plugin ID. At return returns the message. Public HTTP message get message. Return message. At return returns the other info. Public string get other info. Return other info. At return returns the param. Public string get param. Return param. At return returns the reference. Public string get reference. Return reference. At return returns the reliability. Public int get reliability. Return reliability. At return returns the risk. Public int get risk. Return risk. At return returns the solution. Public string get solution. Return solution. At return returns the URI. Public string get URI. Return URI. At return returns the alert ID. Public int get alerted. Return alert ID. At param alert ID the alert ID to set. Public void set alerted, int alert ID. This dot alert ID equals alert ID. Public string get turl param xml. String buffer sb equals new string buffer, 200. sb append, URI plus break space string, replace entity, URI, plus URI \r\n. SB append, param plus break space string, replace entity, param, plus param \r\n. SB append, other info plus break space string, replace entity, other info, plus other info \r\n. Return SB tossed ring. Number 20, alert node.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import javax.swing.tree.default mutable tree node. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class alert node extends default mutable tree node. Private string node name equals null. Public alert node, string node name. Super. This dot node name equals node name. Public string tossed ring. Return node name. Number 21, alert panel.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import java.awt.card layout. Import java.awt.event queue. Import java.awt.event.input event. Import javax.swing.jscrollpane. Import javax.swing.jtree. Import javax.swing.tree.default mutable tree node. Import javax.swing.tree.default tree model. Import javax.swing.tree.tree node. Import javax.swing.tree.treepath. Import org.parosproxy.paros.core.scanner.alert. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.abstract.panel. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.viewDelegate. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http Import org.parosproxy.paros.view.http panel. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class alert panel extends abstract panel. Private view delegate view equals null. Private tree alert equals null. Private tree path rootreepathy equals null. Private default tree model equals null. Private scroll pane scroll equals null. Public alert panel. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set layout, new card layout. This dot set size, 474, 251. This dot set name, alerts. This dot add, get pane scroll, dot get name. This method initializes tree alert. At return javax.swing.jtree. Jtree get tree alert. If tree alert equals null. Tree alert equals new jtree. Tree alert dot set name, tree alert. Tree alert dot set shows true. Tree alert dot set border, javax.swing.border factory.create team tie border, 0,0,0,0. treealert.add_listener, new java.awt.event.mouse adapter. Public void mouse pressed, java.awt.event.mouse event e. If e.get modifiers, and input event.button 3_mask, equals 0, right mouse button. View.get pop-up menu, .show, e.get component, e.get x, e.get y. treealert.add tree selection listener, new javax.swing.event.tree selection listener. Public void value changed, javax.swing.event.tree selection event e. Default mutable tree node equals, default mutable tree node, treealert.get last selected path component. If node.getAsIrObject equals null. Object obj equals node.getAsIrObject. If obj instancio of alert. Alert equals alert obj. Set message alert.getMessage. Return tree alert. This method initializes pane scroll. At return javax.swing.jscrollPane. Private JScrollPane get pane scroll. If pane scroll equals null. Pane scroll equals new JScrollPane. Pane scroll.set name, pane scroll. Pane scroll.set viewport view, get tree alert. Return pane scroll. Void set view, view delegate view. This dot view equals view. At return returns the view. Private view delegate get view. Return view. Public void expand root. Tree node root equals, tree node, get tree alert, get model, get root. If, rootripathy equals null root, equals rootripathy get path component, 0. Rootripathy equals new tree path, root. If, event q.is dispatch thread. Get tree alert, expand path, rootripathy. Return. Try. Event q.invoke later, new runnable. Public void run. Get tree alert, expand path, rootripathy. Catch, exception e. Private void set message, HTTP message. HTTP panel request panel equals get view, get request panel. HTTP panel response panel equals get view, get response panel. Request panel set message, true. If, message get request header, is empty. Request panel set message get request header, tossed ring, message get request body, tossed ring, true. Response panel set message, false. If, message get response header, is empty. Response panel set message get response header, tossed ring, message get response body, tossed ring, false. At javedical index equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Number 22, alert tree model.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import javax.swing.tree.default tree model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.alert. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Class Alert Tree Model extends default tree model. Alert Tree Model. Super, new alert node, alerts. At param message. At return true if the node is added. False if not. Synchronized void add path, alert alert. Alert node parent equals, alert node, get root. Try. Parent equals find and add child, parent, alert.message underscore risk alert.get risk, null. Parent equals find and add child, parent, alert.get alert, null. Parent equals find and add a leaf, parent, alert.get URI, tossed ring, alert. Catch, exception E. Private alert node find and add child, alert node parent, string node name, alert alert. Alert node result equals find child, parent, node name. If, result equals null. Alert node new node equals new alert node, node name. Int POS equals parent.getChildCount. 4. Int I equals 0, I parent.getChildCount, I++. If, node name.compare case, parent.getChild at, I, tossed ring, equals 0. POS equals I. Break. Insert node into, new node, parent, POS. Result equals new node. Result.c to 0 object, alert. Return result. Private alert node find and data leaf, alert node parent, string node name, alert alert. Alert node result equals find leaf, parent, node name, alert. If, result equals null. Alert node new node equals new alert node, node name. int pos equals parent.getChildCount. 4. Int I equals 0, I parent.getChildCount, I++. If nodename.compareToineRecase, parent.getChild I, .toString, equals 0. POS equals I. Break. Insert node into, new node, parent, POS. Result equals new node. Result.CTOSIR alert. Return result. Private alert node find child, alert node parent, string node name. 4. Int I equals 0, I parent.getChildCount, I++. Alert node child equals, alert node, parent.getChild I. If, child.toString, equals, node name. Return child. Return null. Private alert node find leaf, alert node parent, string node name, alert. 4. Int I equals 0, I parent.getChildCount, I++. Alert node child equals, alert node, parent.getChild I. If, child.toString, equals, node name. If, child.getAsIrObject, equals null. Return null. Alert tmp equals, alert, child.getAsIrObject. If, tmp.getParam, equals, alert.getParam. Return child. Return null. Number 23, all category table model.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.scanner. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.table.default table model. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.category. Import org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner.plugin. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class all category table model extends default table model. Private static final string column names equals category, enabled. Private list all plugins equals new vector. At param all plugins the all plugins to set. Public void seedle plugins, list all plugins. This dot all plugins equals all plugins. Public all category table model. Public void settable, list all plugins. Seedle plugins, all plugins. Firetable data changed. Public class get column class, int C. If C equals 1. Return boolean dot class. Return string dot class. Public string get column name, int col. Return column name col. Public boolean is editable, int row index, int column index. If column index equals 1. Return true. Return false. Public void set value at, object value, int row, int col. Object result equals null. Switch, col. Case 0, break. Case 1, set plugin category enabled, row, boolean, value, dot boolean value. Break. Fire double cell updated, row, col. Public int get column count. Return to non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number getro count. Public int getro count. Return category.length. Non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number get value at, int. Public object get value at, int row, int col. Object result equals null. Switch, col. Case 0, result equals category.get name, row. Break. Case 1, result equals new boolean, is plugin category enabled, row. Break. Default, result equals. Return result. Private boolean is plugin category enabled, int category. 4, int I equals 0, I all plugins dot size, I plus plus. Plugin equals, plugin, all plugins dot get, I. If, plugin dot get category, equals category. Continue. If plugin is enabled, return false. Return true. Private void set plugin category enabled, int category, boolean enabled. 4. Int I equals 0, I all plugins dot size, I plus plus. Plugin equals, plugin, all plugins dot get, I. If, plugin dot get category, equals category. Continue. Plugin dot set enabled, enabled. Void seedle category enabled, boolean enabled. 4. Int I equals 0, I all plugins dot size, I plus plus. Plugin equals, plugin, all plugins dot get, I. Plugin dot set enabled, enabled. Fireable data changed. Boolean isal category enabled. 4. Int I equals 0, I all plugins dot size, I plus plus. Plugin equals, plugin, all plugins dot get, I. If, plugin dot is enabled. Return false. Return true. Number 24, all filter panel dot java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.filter. Import java.awt.gridbag constraints. Import java.awt.gridbag layout. Import javax.swing.jbutton. Import javax.swing.jscrollpane. Import javax.swing.jtable. Import javax.swing.table.tablecolumn. Import org.paros proxy.paros.view.abstract_param_panel. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class all filter panel extends abstract param panel. Private JTable table filter equals null. Private JScrollpane equals null. Public all filter panel. Super. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. Gridbag constraints 2 equals new gridbag constraints. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 1 equals new gridbag constraints. Java.awt.gridbag constraints 11 equals new gridbag constraints. This set layout, new gridbag layout. This set size, 375, 204. This set name, category panel. Gridbag constraints 11. Weights equals 1.0. Gridbag constraints 11. Weighty equals 1.0. Gridbag constraints 11.fill equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.both. Gridbag constraints 11.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 11.grid equals 1. Gridbag constraints 11.insets equals new java.awt.insets 0,0,0,0. Gridbag constraints 11.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Gridbag constraints 11.gridwidth equals 2. Gridbag constraints 1.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. Gridbag constraints 1.gridx equals 0. Gridbag constraints 1.grid equals 0. Gridbag constraints 1.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 2.gridx equals 1. Gridbag constraints 2.insets equals new java.awt.insets 2,2,2,2. Gridbag constraints 2.grid equals 0. Gridbag constraints 2.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.northwest. This.add, get pnbook, gridbag constraints 1. This.add, get ptundisable, gridbag constraints 2. This.add, get jscroll pane, gridbag constraints 11. Private static final int width equals 400,50, 20. Private jbutton pnbook equals null. Private jbutton tundisable equals null. Private all filter table model all filter table model equals null. At javdicl index equals 0 parse visual constraint equals 43,246. This method initializes table filter. At return javax.swing.jtable. Private jtable gettable filter. If table filter equals null. Table filter equals new jtable. Table filter.stro height 18. Table filter.set intercell spacing new java.awt.dimension 1,1. Table filter.set model gettle filter table model. 4. Int I equals 0. I width.length, I++. Table column equals table filter dot get column model, dot get column, I. Column dot set preferred width, width I. Table column col equals table filter dot get column model, dot get column, 2. Kernel setzel renderer, new all filter table renderer. Kernel setzel editor, new all filter table editor, gettle filter table model. Return table filter. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.view.abstract param panel number init param, java.lang.object. Public void init param, object obj. Non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.view.abstract param panel number validate param, java.lang.object. Public void validate param, object obj, throws exception. non-javadoc. At ccom proof secure.paros.view.abstract param panel number save param, java.lang.object. Public void save param, object obj, throws exception. This method initializes jscrollPane. At return javax.swing.jscrollPane. Private jscrollPane get jscrollPane. If jscrollPane equals null, jscrollPane equals new jscrollPane. jscrollPane.set viewport view, gettable filter. jscrollPane.set border, javax.swing.border factory.create javax.swing.border.etchedborder.raised. jscrollPane.set enabled, false. Return jscrollPane. This method initializes tnenabl. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get tnenabl. If tnenabl equals null, tnenabl equals new jbutton. tnenabl.set text, enable all. tnenabl.set enabled, false. tnenabl.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Return tnenabl. This method initializes tun-disable. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private jbutton get tun-disable. If tun-disable equals null, tun-disable equals new jbutton. tun-disable.set text, disable all. tun-disable.set enabled, false. tun-disable.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action-listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Return tunda saba l. This method initializes all filter-table model. At return com proof secure.paros.extension.filter.all filter table model. All filter table model get all filter table model. If all filter table model equals null. All filter table model equals new all filter table model. Return all filter table model. At javedical index equals 0 visual constraint equals 10,10. Number 25. All filter table editor.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.filter. Import java.awt.component. Import javax.swing.abstract cell editor. Import javax.swing.j button. Import javax.swing.j table. Import javax.swing.table.table cell editor. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Class All Filter Table Editor extends Abstract Cell Editor implements Table Cell Editor. This is the component that will handle the editing of the cell value. Private j button equals null. Private int row equals 0. Private all filter table model equals null. All filter table editor, all filter table model. This dot model equals model. Button equals new j button. Button dot add action listener, new java.awt.event.action Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Filter equals filter all filter table editor. This model get all filters get row filter edit property. This method is called when a cell value is edited by the user. Public component gettable cell editor component table object value boolean is selected int row index int v:\dex. Value is value contained in the cell located at row index v:\dex. If is selected. Cell, and perhaps other cells, are selected. Configure the component with the specified value. Button.set text, string, value. Row equals row index. Return the configured component. Return button. This method is called when editing is completed. It must return the new value to be stored in the cell. Public object gets a editor value. Return button. Get text. Number 26, all filter table model.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.filter. Import java.utility list. Import java.utility vector. Import javax.swing.table.default table model. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class all filter table model extends default table model. Private static final string column names equals filter name, enabled. Private list all filters equals null. At param all plugins the all plugins to set. Private void seedal filters, list all filters. This dot all filters equals all filters. Public all filter table model. All filters equals new vector. Public void settable, list all filters. Seedal filters, all filters. Fireable data changed. Public class get column class, int C. If C equals 1. Return boolean dot class. Return string dot class. Public string get column name, int col. Return column name col. Public boolean is editable, int row, int col. Boolean result equals false. Filter equals, filter, get all filters, dot get, row. Switch, col. Case 0, result equals false. Break. Case 1, result equals true. Break. Case 2, if, filter.isProperty exists. Result equals true. Else. Result equals false. Return result. Public void set value at, object value, int row, int col. Object result equals null. Filter equals, filter, all filters dot get, row. Switch, col. Case 0, break. Case 1, filter.set enabled, boolean, value, .boolean value. Break. Case 2, break. Firedable cell updated, row, col. Public int get column count. Return 3. Non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number getRow count. Public int getRow count. Return getAll filters, .size. Non-javadoc. At cjavax.swing.table model number get value at, int. Public object get value at, int row, int col. Object result equals null. Filter equals, filter, getAll filters, .get, row. Switch, col. Case 0, result equals filter.getName. Break. Case 1, result equals new boolean, filter.is enabled. Break. Case 2, if, filter.is property exists. Result equals. Else. Result equals. Break. Default, result equals. Return result. Void settle filter enabled, boolean enabled. 4, int I equals 0, I getAll filters, .size, I++. filter equals, filter, getl filters, dot get, I. Filter dot set enabled, Firedable data changed. At return returns the all filters. Public list getl filters. If, all filters equals null. All filters equals new vector. Return all filters. Number 27, all filter table renderer.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.filter. Import java.awt.component. Import javax.swing.jbutton. Import javax.swing.jComponent. Import javax.swing.jLabel. Import javax.swing.jTable. Import javax.swing.table.tableCell-renderer. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Class all filter table renderer extends jComponent implements table cell renderer. jComponent button equals new jButton. jComponent label equals new jLabel. All filter table renderer. Super. This renderer extends a component. It is used each time a cell must be displayed. This method is called each time a cell in a column. Using this renderer needs to be rendered. Public component gettable cell renderer component, jTable table, object value. Boolean is selected, Boolean has focus, int row index, int v colondex. Value is value contained in the cell located at row index, v colondex. If is selected. Cell, and perhaps other cells, are selected. If has focus. This cell is the anchor and the table has the focus. JComponent result equals label. Configure the component with the specified value. If value.toString equals result equals button. JButton button set text value.toString. Set tooltip if desired. Set tooltip text string value. Since the renderer is a component, return itself. Return result. The following methods override the defaults for performance reasons. Public void validate. Public void revalidate. Protected void fire property change, string property name, object old value, object new value. Public void fire property change, string property name, boolean old value, boolean new value. Number 28, Analyzer.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.scanner. Import java.io exception. Import java.utility random. Import java.utility tree map. Import java.utility regex.matcher. Import java.utility regex.pattern. Import org.apache.commons.client.http exception. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri exception. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.history reference. Import org.paros proxy.paros.model.site node. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http header. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http message. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http response header. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http sender. Import org.parosproxy.paros.network.http status code. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public Class Analyzer. Remove HTML head as this may contain expiry time which dynamic changes. Private static final string p underscore remove underscore header equals m I s head dot head. Private static final pattern not found equals pattern dot compile backslash not backslash b found exist backslash b404 backslash ber or backslash b ber or backslash b404 backslash b pattern dot case underscore insensitive pattern dot multiline. Private static random generator equals new random. Private static final string static suffix list equals .cfm, .jsp, .php, .asp, .aspx, .dll, .exe, .pl. Private HTTP sender equals null. Private tree map visited equals new tree map. Private boolean is stop equals false. Public analyzer. Public analyzer, HTTP sender. This .http sender equals HTTP sender. Public boolean is stop. Return is stop. Public void stop. Is stop equals true. Public void start, site node. In order analyze, node. Private voided analyze URI, HTTP message, int error indicator. Map visited.put, URI.toString, new sample response, message, error indicator. Analyze a single folder entity. Results are stored into manalized entity table. Private void analyze, site node, throws exception. If analyzed already, return. Move to host part. If node.getHistoryReference equals null. Return. HTTP message base message equals HTTP message node.getHistoryReference .getHTTP URI base URI equals URI base message.getRequest header .get URI .clone. Base URI.set query, null. System.out.println, analyzing, plus base URI.toString. Already exist one. No need to test. If map visited.get, base URI.toString, equals null. Return. String path equals getRandomPath suffix, node, base URI. HTTP message equals base message.clone request. URI equals URI base URI.clone. URI.set path. Message getRequest header .set URI System.out.println, analyzing 2 plus URI. Send and receive message. Standard RFC response. No further check is needed. If message getResponse header .get status code equals HTTP status code .not underscore found. Adanalyze base URI message sample response .error underscore page underscore RFC. Return. If HTTP status code .is redirection message getResponse header .get status code. Adenalize ethost, base URI, message, sample response. Error page redirect. Return. If, message get response a header, get status code, equals http status code. OK. Adenalize ethost, base URI, message, sample response. Error page non RFC. Return. HTTP message msg2 equals base message. Clone request. URI2 equals message 2. Get request header, get URI. String path2 equals get random path suffix, node, URI2. URI2 equals, URI, base URI. Clone. URI2. Set path, path2. Message 2. Get request header, set URI, URI2. Send and receive, MSG2. Remove HTML head as this may contain expiry time which dynamic changes. String res body 1 equals message get response body, tossed ring, replace all, remove header. String res body 2 equals message 2. Get response body, tossed ring, replace all, remove header. Check if page is static. If so, remember this static page. If, res body 1. Equals, res body 2. Message get response body, set body, res body 1. Adenalize ethost, base URI, message, sample response. Error page static. Return. Else check if page is dynamic but deterministic. Res body 1 equals res body 1. Replace all, get path rejects, URI, replace all, // S012 / D0 to 5 / D0 to 5 / D / S. Res body 2 equals res body 2. Replace all, get path rejects, URI2, replace all, / S012 / D0 to 5 / D0 to 5 / D / S. If, res body 1. Equals, res body 2. Message get response body, set body, res body 1. Adenalize ethost, base URI, message, sample response. Error page dynamic but deterministic. Return. Else markup undeterministic. Adenalize ethost, base URI, message, sample response. Error page undeterministic. Get a suffix from the children which exists in static suffix list. An option is provided to check recursively. Note that the immediate children are always checked first before further recursive check is done. At param entity the current entity. At param perform recursive check true equals get recursively the suffix from all the children. At return the suffix .xx is returned. If there is no suffix found, an empty string is returned. Private string getchild suffix, site node, boolean perform recursive check. String result suffix equals. String suffix equals null. Site node child equals null. History reference ref equals null. HTTP message equals null. Try. 4. Int I equals 0, I static suffix list dot length, I plus plus. Suffix equals static suffix list I. 4. Int j equals 0, j node dot get child count, j plus plus. Child equals, site node dot get child at, j. Ref equals child dot get history reference. Try. Message equals ref dot get p message. If message get request header dot get URI dot get path dot ends with suffix. Return suffix. Catch exception e. If perform recursive eshek. 4. Int j equals 0, j node dot get child count, j plus plus. Result suffix equals get child suffix, site node dot get child at, j, perform recursive eshek. If result suffix dot equals. Return result suffix. Catch exception e. Return result suffix. Private string get path rejects, URI throws URI exception. URI new URI equals, URI dot clone. String query equals new URI dot get query. String buffer SB equals new string buffer, 100. Case should be sensitive. SB append, I. New URI dot set query, null. SB append, new URI.toString, .replace all, // dot. If, query, equals null. String query pattern equals, // plus query plus. SB append, query pattern. Return SB toString. Get a random path relative to the current entity. Whenever possible, use a suffix exist in the children. According to a priority of static suffix list. At param entity the current entity. At param URI the URI of the current entity. At return a random path, e.g. folder 1 folder 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7.chm, relative the entity. At throws URI exception. Private string getrandom path suffix, site node, URI, throws URI exception. String result suffix equals getChild suffix, node, true. String path equals URI.getPath equals null. URI.getPath. Path equals path plus, path.ends with, plus long toString, math.abs, static random generator.next long. Path equals path plus result suffix. Return path. Analyze node, should be a folder unless it is host level, in order. Private void in order analyze, site node. Site node tmp equals null. If, is stop. Return. If, node equals null. Return. Analyze entity if not root and not leaf. Leaf is not analyzed because only folder entity is used to determine if path exist. Try. If, node.is root. If, node.is leaf, node.is leaf, and, site node.getParent, .is root. Analyze, node. Catch, exception E. For int I equals 0, I node.getChildCount, and is stop, I++. Try. tmp equals, site node.getChild at, I. In order analyze, tmp. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. Public boolean is finally exist, http message. If message get response header dot is empty, return false. RFC. If message get response header dot get status code equals http status code dot not underscore found, return false. URI equals URI message get request header dot get URI dot clone. Try. Strip off last part of path, use folder only. URI.setQuery, null. String path equals URI.getPath. Path equals path.replace all, $. URI.setPath, path. Catch, exception E1. String URI equals URI.toString. Get sample with same relative path position when possible. If not exist, use the host only. Sample response sample equals, sample response, map visited.get, URI. If, sample equals null. Try. URI.setPath, null. Catch, URI exception E2. String shows tunly equals URI.toString. Sample equals, sample response, map visited.get, shows tunly. Check if any analyzed result. If, sample equals null. If, message get response header, dot get status code, http status code. OK. No unlaced result to confirm. Assume file exist and return. Return true. Else. Return false. Check for redirect response. If redirect to same location, then file does not exist. If http status code is redirection, message get response header, get status code. Try. If sample.get message, get response header, get status code, message get response header, get status code. String location equals message get response header, get header, http header location. If location equals null and location equals sample get message, get response header, get header, http header location. Return false. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. Return true. Not success code. If message get response header, get status code, equals http status code. OK. Return false. Remain only OK response here. Nothing more to determine. Check for possible not found page pattern. Matcher equals pattern not found. Matcher, message get response body, tossed ring. If matcher.find. Return false. Static response. String body equals message get response body, tossed ring, replace all, remove header. If sample.get error page type equals sample response error page static. If sample.get message, get response body, tossed ring, equals body. Return false. Return true. URI equals message get request header, dot get URI. Try. If, sample.getError page type, equals sample response dot error underscore page underscore dynamic underscore but underscore deterministic. Body equals message get response body, dot toString, dot replace all, get path rejects, URI, dot replace all, \s012 \d0 to 5 \d0 to 5 \d \s. If, sample.getMessage, .getResponseBody, equals, body. Return false. Return true. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. Return true. Private void send and receive, HTTP message, throws HTTP exception, IO exception. HTTP sender.send and receive, message, true. Number 29, atra.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.core.spider. Class atra. Public static final string method equals method. Public static final string action equals action. Public static final string name equals name. Public static final string value equals value. Public static final string href equals href. Public static final string type equals type. Public static final string src equals src. Public static final string content equals content. Number 30, base.java. Package org.parosproxy.paros.core.spider. Import java.utility vector. Import org.apache.commons.client.uri. Public class base extends org.parosproxy.paros.core.spider.tag. Parser for a tag. Private static final parser tag parser equals new parser tag, base, parser tag dot closing underscore tag underscore no. Parser for href attribute in tag. Private static final parser iter parse rater ref equals new parser iter dot href. Private string href equals. Get an array of base tags. At param doc. The HTML document to be parsed. At return array of a. Public static base get bases, string doc. Vector bases equals new vector. Parser dot parse, doc. While, parser dot next tag. String content equals parser dot get content. String address equals parser dot get address. Base equals new base. Base.build address. Base.build, content. Bases.add element, base. Base result equals new bases.size. Result equals, base, bases.toArray, result. Return result. Protected void build address, string address. Super.build address. String tmp equals parse rater ref.get value, address. Try. URI equals new URI, tmp, false. If, URI.isubsoluturi. Href equals tmp. Catch, exception e. At return returns the href. Public string get href. Return href. Number 31, base64.java. I am placing this code in the public domain. Do with it as you will. This software comes with no guarantees or warranties but with plenty of well-wishing instead. Please visit ahref equals http://harder.net http://harder.net a periodically to check for updates or to contribute improvements. P. At author Robert Harder. At author Rob at iharder.net. At version 1.3.4. Public class BASE64. Specify encoding, value is TT true TT. Public final static boolean encode equals true. Specify decoding, value is TT false TT. Public final static boolean decode equals false. Maximum line length, 76. Of BASE64 output. Private final static int max underscore line underscore length equals 76. The equals sign, smiley face, as a byte. Private final static byte equals underscore sign equals, byte, equals. The new line character, \n, as a byte. Private final static byte new underscore line equals, byte, \n. The 64 valid BASE64 values. Private final static byte alphabet equals byte, A, byte, B, byte, C, byte, D, byte, E, byte, F, byte, G, byte, H, byte, I, byte, J, byte, K, byte, L, byte, M, byte, N, byte, O, byte, P, byte, Q, byte, R, byte, S, byte, T, byte, U, byte, V, byte, W, byte, X, byte, Y, byte, Z, byte, A, byte, B, byte, C, byte, D, byte, E, byte, F, byte, G, byte, H, byte, I, byte, J, byte, K, byte, L, byte, M, byte, N, byte, O, byte, P, byte, Q, byte, R, byte, S, byte, T, byte, U, byte, V, byte, W, byte, X, byte, Y, byte, Z, byte, 0, byte, 1, byte, 2, byte, 3, byte, 4, byte, 5, byte, 6, byte, 7, byte, 8, byte, 9, byte, plus, byte. Translates a BASE64 value to either its 6-bit reconstruction value or a negative number indicating some other meaning. Private final static byte decode ABET equals -999999999, decimal 0, 8. -55, wit e space, tab and line feed. -99, decimal 11 to 12. -5, wit e space, carriage return. -9999999999999, decimal 14 to 26. -99999, decimal 27 to 31. -5, wit e space, space. -999999999, decimal 33 to 42. 62, plus sign at decimal 43. -999, decimal 44 to 46. 63, slash at decimal 47. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, numbers 0 through 9. -999, decimal 58 to 60. -1, equals sign at decimal 61. -999, decimal 62 to 64. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, letters A through N. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, letters O through Z. -99999, decimal 91 to 96. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, letters A through M. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, letters N through Z. Dash 9999.123 to 126. 99999999999 decimal 127 to 139. Dash 99999999999 decimal 140 to 152. Dash 99999999999 decimal 153 to 165. Dash 99999999999 decimal 166 to 178. Dash 99999999999 decimal 179 to 191. Dash 99999999999 decimal 192 to 204. Dash 99999999999 decimal 205 to 217. Dash 99999999999 decimal 218 to 230. Private final static byte equals underscore sign underscore ENC equals -1, indicates equals sign in encoding. Defeats instantiation. Private base 64. Testing. Feel free, in fact I encourage you to throw out this entire main method when you actually deploy this code. Public static void main, string args. Try. Test encoding decoding byte arrays. Byte bytes1 equals, byte, 2, byte, 2, byte, 3, byte, 0, byte, 9, my zip code. Byte bytes2 equals, byte, 99, byte, 2, byte, 2, byte, 3, byte, 0, byte, 9. System.out.println, bytes 2, 2, 3, 0, 9 as BASE64, plus encode bytes, bytes1. System.out.println, bytes 2, 2, 3, 0, 9 W offset, plus encode bytes, bytes2, 1, bytes 2. Length 1. Bytes equals decode, encode bytes, bytes1. System.out.print, encode bytes, bytes1, plus decoded. 4, int I equals 0, id bytes.length, I plus plus. System.out.print, bytes I plus, id bytes.length 1, :n. N testing byte arrays. Test input stream. Read GIF stored in BASE64 form. Java.io.file input stream fis equals new java.io.file input stream, test.gif.b64. Base64.input stream b64 is equals new base64.input stream, fis, decode. Bytes equals new byte 0. Int b equals -1. While, b equals b64 is .read, equals 0. byte temp equals new byte bytes dot length plus 1. System dot array copy, bytes 0, temp 0 bytes dot length. Temp bytes dot length equals byte b bytes equals temp. End while, terribly inefficient way to read data. B64 is dot close. javax dot swing dot image icon equals new javax dot swing dot image icon, bytes. javax dot swing dot jlabel equals new javax dot swing dot jlabel, read from test dot gif dot b64, icon 0. javax.swing.jframe equals new javax.swing.jframe. jframe.getContentPane, .add, jlabel. jframe.pack. jframe.setVisible, true. Write raw bytes to file. java.io.file output stream fos equals new java.io.file output stream, test.gif underscore out. fos.write, bytes. fos.close. Read raw bytes and encode. fis equals new java.io.file input stream, test.gif underscore out. b64is equals new base64.input stream, fis, encode. Byte ebytes equals new byte 0. b equals -1. While b equals b64 is .read equals 0. Byte temp equals new byte ebytes .length plus 1. System.array copy, ebytes 0, temp 0 ebytes .length. Temp ebytes .length equals byte b. ebytes equals temp. End while, terribly inefficient way to read data. b64 is .close. String s equals new string, ebytes. javax.swing.jTextArea jada equals new javax.swing.jTextArea, s. javax.swing.jscrollPane JSP equals new javax.swing.jscrollPane, jada. jframe equals new javax.swing.jframe. jframe.setTitle, read from test.gif underscore out. jframe.getContentPane, .add, JSP. jframe.pack. jframe.setVisible, true. Write encoded bytes to file. fos equals new java.io.file output stream, test.gif.b64 underscore out. fos.write, ebytes. Read GIF stored in BASE64 form. fis equals new java.io.file input stream, test.gif.b64_out. b64is equals new base64.input stream, fis, decode. Byte ed bytes equals new byte 0. b equals -1. While, b equals b64 is dot read, equals 0. Byte temp equals new byte ed bytes dot length plus 1. System dot array copy, ed bytes 0, temp 0 ed bytes dot length. Temp ed bytes dot length equals, byte, b. Ed bytes equals temp. End while, terribly inefficient way to read data. b64 is dot close. Icon equals new javax dot swing dot image icon, ed bytes. JLabel equals new javax dot swing dot JLabel, read from test.gif.b64_out, icon 0. JFrame equals new javax dot swing dot JFrame. JFrame dot get content pane, dot add, JLabel. JFrame dot pack. JFrame dot set visible, true. End, test input stream. Test output stream. Read raw bytes. Java.io.file input stream fis equals new java.io.file input stream, test.gif_out. Byte rebytes equals new byte 0. Int b equals -1. While, b equals fis.read, equals 0. Byte temp equals new byte rebytes dot length plus 1. System.array copy, rebytes 0, temp 0 rebytes dot length. Temp rebytes dot length equals, byte, b. Rebytes equals temp. End while, terribly inefficient way to read data. Fis.close. Write raw bytes to encoded file. Java.io.file output stream FOS equals new java.io.file output stream, test.gif.b64_out 2. Base64.output stream b64os equals new base64.output stream, FOS, encode. b64os.write, rebytes. b64os.close. Read raw bytes that are actually encoded, but we'll ignore that. Fis equals new java.io.file input stream, test.gif.b64_out 2. Byte rebytes equals new byte 0. b equals -1. While, b equals fis.read, equals 0. Byte temp equals new byte rebytes dot length plus 1. System.array copy, rebytes 0, temp 0 rebytes dot length. temp rebytes dot length equals byte b. Rebytes equals temp. End while, terribly inefficient way to read data. Fis dot close. String s equals new string, rebytes. javax.swing.j text area jada equals new javax.swing.j text area, s. javax.swing.j scroll pane jsp equals new javax.swing.j scroll pane, jada. javax.swing.j frame equals new javax.swing.j frame. jframe.set title, read from test.gif.b64_out2. jframe.get content pane, .add, JSP. jframe.pack. jframe.set visible, true. Write encoded bytes to decoded raw file. FOS equals new java.io.file output stream, test.gif_out2. B64OS equals new base64.output stream, FOS, decode. B64OS.write, rebytes. B64OS.close. javax.swing.image icon equals new javax.swing.image icon, test.gif_out2. javax.swing.jlabel equals new javax.swing.jlabel, read from test.gif_out2, icon 0. jframe equals new javax.swing.jframe. jframe.get content pane, .add, jlabel. jframe.pack. jframe.set visible, true. End, test output stream. Test Wagner's files. java.io.file input stream fis equals new java.io.file input stream, d/temp /test encoding.txt. base64.input stream b64is equals new base64.input stream, fis, decode. java.io.file output stream fos equals new java.io.file output stream, d/temp /file.zip. int b. While, b equals b64 is .read, equals 0. fos.write, b. fos.close. b64 is .close. End test Wagner's file. End try. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. End main. encodingmethods. Encodes the first 3 bytes of array var 3 bytes var. And returns a 4-byte array in BASE64 notation. At param 3 bytes the array to convert. At return 4-byte array in BASE64 notation. At since 1.3. Private static byte encode 3 to 4, byte 3 bytes. Return encode 3 to 4, 3 bytes, 3. End encode data bytes. Encodes up to the first 3 bytes of array var 3 bytes var. And returns a 4-byte array in BASE64 notation. The actual number of significant bytes in your array is given by var numsig bytes var. The array var 3 bytes var needs only be as big as var numsig bytes var. At param 3 bytes the array to convert. At param numsig bytes the number of significant bytes in your array. At return 4-byte array in BASE64 notation. At since 1.3. Private static byte encode 3 to 4, byte 3 bytes, int numsig bytes. Byte dest equals new byte 4. Encode 3 to 4, 3 bytes, 0, numsig bytes, dest, 0. Return dest. Encodes up to 3 bytes of the array var source var. And writes the resulting 4 BASE64 bytes to var destination var. The source and destination arrays can be manipulated anywhere along their length by specifying var src offset var and var dest offset var. This method does not check to make sure your arrays are large enough to accommodate var src offset var plus 3-4. The var source var array or var dest offset var plus 4-4. The var destination var array. The actual number of significant bytes in your array is given by var numsig bytes var. At param source the array to convert. At param src offset the index where conversion begins. At param numsig bytes the number of significant bytes in your array. At param destination the array to hold the conversion. At param dest offset the index where output will be put. At return the var destination var array. At since 1.3. Private static byte encode 3 to 4. Byte source, int src offset, int numzig bytes. Byte destination, int dest offset. 123 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 bit position. Dash 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 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 array position from 3 bytes. Dash 6 bit groups to index alphabet. 18 12 6 0 right shift necessary. 0x3f 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 additional n. Create buffer with 0 padding if there are only 1 or 2 significant bytes passed in the array. We have to shift left 24 in order to flush out the ones that appear when Java treats a value as negative that is cast from a byte to an int. Int in buff equals, numzig bytes 0. Source src offset 24, 8, 0. Numzig bytes 1. Source src offset plus 124, 16, 0. Numzig bytes 2. Source src offset plus 224, 24, 0. Switch, numzig bytes. Case 3. Destination dest offset equals alphabet, in buff 18. Destination dest offset plus 1 equals alphabet, in buff 12, and 0x3f. Destination dest offset plus 2 equals alphabet, in buff 6, and 0x3f. Destination dest offset plus 3 equals alphabet, in buff, and 0x3f. Return destination. Case 2. Destination dest offset equals alphabet, in buff 18. Destination dest offset plus 1 equals alphabet, in buff 12, and 0x3f. Destination dest offset plus 2 equals alphabet, in buff 6, and 0x3f. Destination dest offset plus 3 equals underscore sign. Return destination. Case 1. Destination dest offset equals alphabet, in buff 18. Destination dest offset plus 1 equals alphabet, in buff 12, and 0x3f. Destination dest offset plus 2 equals underscore sign. Destination dest offset plus 3 equals underscore sign. Return destination. Default. Return destination. End switch. End encode 3 to 4. Serializes an object and returns the base 64 encoded version of that serialized object. If the object cannot be serialized or there is another error, the method will return tt null tt. At param serializable object the object to encode. At return the base 64 encoded object. At since 1.4. Public static string encode object, java.io.serializable object. Return encode object, serializable object, true. End encode object. Serializes an object and returns the base 64 encoded version of that serialized object. If the object cannot be serialized or there is another error, the method will return tt null tt. At param serializable object the object to encode. At param breaklines at 80 characters or less. At return the base 64 encoded object. At since 1.4. Public static string encode object, java.io.serializable object, boolean breaklines. java.io.byteArray output stream BIOS equals null. java.io.outputStream b64os equals null. java.io.objectOutputStreamOS equals null. Try. BIOS equals new java.io.byteArray output stream. b64os equals new base64.outputStream, BIOS, base64.encode, breaklines. OS equals new java.io.objectOutputStream, b64os. OS.writeObject, serializable object. End try. Catch, java.io.io exception e.print stack trace. Return null. End catch. Finally. Try OS.close, catch, exception Try b64os.close, catch, exception Try BIOS.close, catch, exception And finally. Return new string, BIOS.to-byteArray. End encode. Encodes a byte array into BASE64 notation. Equivalent to calling. Code encode bytes, source, 0, source.length, code. At param source the data to convert. At since 1.4. Public static string encode bytes, byte source. Return encode bytes, source, true. End encode bytes. Encodes a byte array into BASE64 notation. Equivalent to calling. Code encode bytes, source, 0, source.length, code. At param source the data to convert. At param break lines at 80 characters or less. At since 1.4. Public static string encode bytes, byte source, boolean break lines. Return encode bytes, source, 0, source.length, break lines. End encode bytes. Encodes a byte array into BASE64 notation. At param source the data to convert. At param off offset in array where conversion should begin. At param len length of data to convert. At since 1.4. Public static string encode bytes, byte source, int off, int len. Return encode bytes, source, off, len, true. End encode bytes. Encodes a byte array into BASE64 notation. At param source the data to convert. At param off offset in array where conversion should begin. At param len length of data to convert. At param break lines at 80 characters or less. At since 1.4. Public static string encode bytes, byte source, int off, int len, boolean break lines. Int len43 equals len43. Byte out buff equals new byte, len43, main 4:3. Plus, len %3, 0, 4, 0, account for padding. Plus, break lines. len43 max underscore line underscore length, 0, new lines. Int d equals 0. Int e equals 0. Int len2 equals len, 2. Int line length equals 0. 4, d len2, d plus equals 3, e plus equals 4. Encode 3 to 4, source, d end off, 3, out buff, e. Line length plus equals 4. If, break lines end line length equals max underscore line underscore length. Out buff e plus 4 equals new underscore line. E plus plus. Line length equals 0. End if, end of line. End for, each piece of array. If, dlen. Encode 3 to 4, source, d end off, len, d, out buff, e. E plus equals 4. End if, some padding needed. Return new string, out buff, 0, e. End encode bytes. Encodes a string in BASE64 notation with line breaks. After every 75 BASE64 characters. At param s the string to encode. At return the encoded string. At since 1.3. Public static string encode string, string s. Return encode string, s, true. End encode string. Encodes a string in BASE64 notation with line breaks. after every 75 BASE 64 characters. At param s the string to encode. At param break lines at 80 characters or less. At return the encoded string. At since 1.3. Public static string encode string, string s, boolean break lines. Return encode bytes, s.get bytes, break lines. End encode string. DECODINGMETHODS. Decodes the first 4 bytes of array var 4 bytes var. And returns an array up to 3 bytes long with the decoded values. At param 4 bytes the array with BASE 64 content. At return array with decoded values. At since 1.3. Private static byte decode 4 to 3, byte 4 bytes. Byte out buff 1 equals new byte 3. Int count equals decode 4 to 3, 4 bytes, 0, out buff 1, 0. Byte out buff 2 equals new byte count. 4, int I equals 0, I count, I plus plus. Out buff 2 I equals out buff 1 I. Return out buff 2. Decodes 4 bytes from array var source var. And writes the resulting bytes, up to 3 of them, to var destination var. The source and destination arrays can be manipulated anywhere along their length by specifying var src offset var and var dest offset var. This method does not check to make sure your arrays are large enough to accommodate var src offset var plus 44. The var source var array or var dest offset var plus 34. The var destination var array. This method returns the actual number of bytes that were converted from the BASE64 encoding. At param source the array to convert. At param src offset the index where conversion begins. At param destination the array to hold the conversion. At param dest offset the index where output will be put. At return the number of decoded bytes converted. At since 1.3. Private static int decode 4 to 3, byte source, int src offset, byte destination, int dest offset. Example, dk equals. If, source src offset plus 2 equals underscore sign. 2 ways to do the same thing. Don't know which way I like best. Int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset 24, 6. Decode bet source src offset plus 124, 12. Int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset and 0xff, 18. Decode bet source src offset plus 1 and 0xff, 12. Destination dest offset equals, byte, outbuff 16. Return 1. Example, dkl equals. Else if, source src offset plus 3 equals underscore sign. 2 ways to do the same thing. Don't know which way I like best. Int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset 24, 6. Decode bet source src offset plus 124, 12. Decode bet source src offset plus 224, 18. Int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset and 0xff, 18. Decode bet source src offset plus 1 and 0xff, 12. Decode bet source src offset plus 2 and 0xff, 6. Destination dest offset equals, byte, outbuff 16. Destination dest offset plus 1 equals, byte, outbuff 8. Return 2. Example, dkle. Else. Try. 2 ways to do the same thing. Don't know which way I like best. int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset 24, 6. Decode bet source src offset plus 124, 12. Decode bet source src offset plus 224, 18. Decode bet source src offset plus 324, 24. Int outbuff equals, decode bet source src offset n0xff, 18. Decode bet source src offset plus 1 n0xff, 12. Decode bet source src offset plus 2 n0xff, 6. Decode bet source src offset plus 3 n0xff. Destination dest offset equals, byte, outbuff 16. Destination dest offset plus 1 equals, byte, outbuff 8. Destination dest offset plus 2 equals, byte, outbuff. Return 3. Catch, exception e. System.out.println, plus source src offset plus, decode bet source src offset. System.out.println, plus source src offset plus 1 plus, decode bet source src offset plus 1. System.out.println, plus source src offset plus 2 plus, decode bet source src offset plus 2. System.out.println, plus source src offset plus 3 plus, decode bet source src offset plus 3. Return -1. End catch. End decoded a bytes. Decodes data from BASE64 notation. At param the string to decode. At return the decoded data. At since 1.4. Public static byte decode, string s. Bytes equals s dot get bytes. Return decode, bytes, 0, bytes dot length. End decode. Decodes data from BASE64 notation end. Returns it as a string. Equivalent to calling. Code new string, decode, s, code. At param s the string to decode. At return the data as a string. At since 1.4. Public static string decoded o string, string s. Return new string, decode, s. End decoded o string. Attempts to decode BASE64 data and deserialize a Java object within. Returns TT null if there was an error. At param encoded object the BASE64 data to decode. At return the decoded and deserialized object. At since 1.4. Public static object decoded object, string encoded object. Byte obj bytes equals decode, encoded object. Java.io.byteArray input stream base equals null. Java.io.object input stream OIS equals null. Try. Base equals new Java.io.byteArray input stream, obj bytes. OIS equals new Java.io.object input stream, base. Return OIS.read object. End try. Catch, Java.io.io exception E.print stack trace. Return null. End catch. Catch, java.lang.class not found exception E.print stack trace. Return null. End catch. Finally. Try base.close, catch, exception Try OIS.close, catch, exception End finally. End decode object. Decodes BASE64 content in byte array format and returns the decoded byte array. At param source the BASE64 encoded data. At param off the offset of where to begin decoding. At param len the length of characters to decode. At return decoded data. At since 1.3. Public static byte decode, byte source, int off, int len. Int len34 equals len34. Byte outbuff equals new byte len34, upper limit on size of output. Int outbuff bsn equals 0. Byte b4 equals new byte 4. Int b4 posn equals 0. Int I equals 0. Byte sbi crop equals 0. Byte sbi decode equals 0. 4. I equals 0, I len, I plus plus. SBI crop equals, byte, source IN 0x7f, only the low 7 bits. SBI decode equals decode a bet SBI crop. If, SBI decode equals white underscore space underscore ENC, white space equals sign or better. If, SBI decode equals underscore sign underscore ENC. B4 posn plus plus equals SBI crop. If, B4 POSN 3. Outbuff bsn plus equals decode 4 to 3, B4, 0, outbuff bsn. B4 POSN equals 0. If that was the equals sign, break out of for loop. If, SBI crop equals underscore sign. Break. And if, quartet built. And if, equals sign or better. And if, white space equals sign or better. Else. System.error.println, bad BASE6 for input character at plus I plus source I plus, decimal. Return null. And else. Each input character. Byte out equals new byte outbuff bsn. System.array copy, outbuff, 0, out, 0, outbuff bsn. Return out. End decode. INNERCLASSINPUTSTREAM. A base 64 number input stream will read data from another java.io.input stream, given in the constructor. An encode decode ta from BASE64 notation on the fly. At C BASE64. At C java.io.filter input stream. At since 1.3. Public static class input stream extends java.io.filter input stream. Private boolean encode, encoding or decoding. Private int position, current position in the buffer. Private byte buffer, small buffer holding converted data. Private int buffer length, length of buffer, 3 or 4. Private int numzig bytes, number of meaningful bytes in the buffer. Private int line length. Private boolean break lines at less than 80 characters. Constructs a base 64 number input stream in decode mode. At param in the java.io.input stream from which to read data. At since 1.3. Public input stream, java.io.input stream in. This, in, base 64.decode. End constructor. Constructs a base 64 number input stream in either encode or decode mode. At param in the java.io.input stream from which to read data. At param encode conversion direction. At C base 64 number encode. At C base 64 number decode. At since 1.3. Public input stream, java.io.input stream in, boolean encode. This, in, encode, true. End constructor. constructs a base 64 number input stream in either encode or decode mode. At param in the java.io.input stream from which to read data. At param encode conversion direction. At param breaklines at less than 80 characters. At C base 64 number encode. At C base 64 number decode. At since 1.3. Public input stream, java.io.input stream in, boolean encode, boolean breaklines. Super, in. This dot breaklines equals breaklines. This dot encode equals encode. This dot buffer length equals encode. 4, 3. This dot buffer equals new byte buffer length. This dot position equals -1. This dot line length equals 0. End constructor. Reads enough of the input stream to convert. Ta from BASE64 and returns the next byte. At return next byte. At since 1.3. Public int read, throws java.io.io exception. Do we need to get data? If, position 0. If, encode. Byte b3 equals new byte 3. Int numbinary bytes equals 0. 4, int I equals 0, I3, I++. Try. Int b equals in dot read. If end of stream, b is -1. If, b equals 0. b3i equals, byte, b. Numbinary bytes++. End if, not end of stream. End try, read. Catch, java.io.io exception E. Only a problem if we got no data at all. If I equals 0. Throw E. End catch. End for, each needed input byte. If numbinary byte is 0. Encode 3 to 4, B3, 0, numbinary byte is, buffer, 0. Position equals 0. Numzig bytes equals 4. And if, got data. Else. Return -1. And else. And if, encoding. Else decoding. Else. Byte B4 equals new byte 4. Int I equals 0. 4, I equals 0, I4, I plus plus. Read 4 meaningful bytes. Int B equals 0. Do B equals in dot read. While, B equals 0 and decode a bet B and 0x7f equals white underscore space underscore ENC. If, B0. Break, reads a -1 if end of stream. B4 I equals, byte, B. End 4, each needed input byte. If, I equals 4. Numzig bytes equals decode 4 to 3, B4, 0, buffer, 0. Position equals 0. And if, got 4 characters. Else if, I equals 0. Return -1. And else if, also padded correctly. Else. Must have broken out from above. Throw new java.io exception, improperly padded BASE64 input. End else, decode. End else, get data. Got data? If, position equals 0. End of relevant data. If, encode end position equals numzig bytes. Return -1. If, encode end break lines end line length equals max underscore line underscore length. Line length equals 0. Return \n. End if. Else. Line length ++, this isn't important when decoding. But throwing in extra if seems just as wasteful. Int b equals buffer position ++. If, position equals buffer length. Position equals -1. Return bn0xff, this is how you cast a byte that's intended to be unsigned. End else. End if, position equals 0. Else error. Else. When JDK 1.4 is more accepted, use an assertion here. Throw new java.io exception, error in BASE64 code reading stream. End else. End read. Calls number read repeatedly until the end of stream is reached or var len var bytes are read. Returns number of bytes read into array or -1 if end of stream is encountered. At param dest array to hold values. At param off offset for array. At param len max number of bytes to read into array. At return bytes read into array or -1 if end of stream is encountered. At since 1.3. Public int read, byte dest, int off, int len, throws java.io exception. Int I. Int b. 4, I equals 0, I len, I plus plus. B equals read. If, b 0 and I equals 0. Return -1. If, b equals 0. Dest off plus I equals, byte, b. Else if, I equals 0. Return -1. Else. Break, out of for loop. End for, each byte read. Return I. End read. End inner class input stream. INNERCLASSOUTPUTSTREAM. A base 64 number output stream will write data to another java.io.output stream, given in the constructor. An encode decode ta from BASE64 notation on the fly. At C BASE64. At C java.io.filter output stream. At since 1.3. Public static class output stream extends java.io.filter output stream. Private Boolean encode. Private int position. Private byte buffer. Private int buffer length. Private int line length. Private Boolean break lines. Constructs a base 64 number output stream in encode mode. At param out the java.io.output stream to which data will be written. At since 1.3. Public output stream, java.io.output stream out. This, out, base64.encode. End constructor. Constructs a base 64 number output stream in either encode or decode mode. At param out the java.io.output stream to which data will be written. At param encode conversion direction. At C base 64 number encode. At C base 64 number decode. At since 1.3. Public output stream, java.io.output stream out, boolean encode. This, out, encode, true. End constructor. Constructs a base 64 number output stream in either encode or decode mode. At param out the java.io.output stream to which data will be written. At param encode conversion direction. At param break lines to be less than 80 characters. At C base 64 number encode. At C base 64 number decode. At since 1.3. Public output stream, java.io.output stream out, boolean encode, boolean break lines. Super, out. This dot break lines equals break lines. This dot encode equals encode. This dot buffer length equals encode. 3, 4. This dot buffer equals new byte buffer length. This dot position equals 0. This dot line length equals 0. End constructor. Writes the byte to the output stream after converting Ta from BASE64 notation. When encoding, bytes are buffered 3 at a time before the output stream actually gets a write call. When decoding, bytes are buffered 4 at a time. At param the byte to write. At since 1.3 public void write int the byte throws java.io exception. If encode buffer position ++ equals byte the byte. If position equals buffer length enough to encode out.write base64.encode 3 to 4 buffer length line length plus equals 4. If break lines and end line length equals max underscore line underscore length out.write new underscore line length equals 0. And if end of line position equals 0. And if enough to output. And if encoding else decoding else meaningful BASE64 character. If decode a bet the byte and 0x7f white underscore space underscore enc buffer position ++ equals byte the byte. If position equals buffer length enough to output out.write base64.decode 4 to 3 buffer position equals 0. End if, enough to output. End if, meaningful BASC64 character. Else if, decode a bet the byte and 0x7f, equals white underscore space underscore enc. Throw new java.io exception, invalid character in BASC64 data. End else, not white space either. End else, decoding. End write. Calls at link number write repeatedly until var len var. Bytes are written. At param the bytes array from which to read bytes. At param off offset for array. At param len max number of bytes to read into array. At since 1.3. Public void write, byte the bytes, int off, int len, throws java.io exception. For, int I equals 0, I len, I plus plus. Write, the bytes off and I. End for, each byte written. End write. Appropriately pads BASC64 notation when encoding. Or throws an exception if BASC64 input is not properly padded when decoding. At since 1.3. Public void flush, throws java.io exception. Super.flush. If, position 0. If, encode. Out.write, base64.encode 3 to 4, buffer, position. Position equals 0. End if, encoding. Else. Throw new java.io exception, BASC64 input not properly padded. End else, decoding. End if, buffer partially full. Out.flush. End flush. Flushes and closes, I think, in the superclass, the stream. At since 1.3. Public void close, throws java.io exception. Super.close. This.flush. Out.close. Buffer equals null. Out equals null. End close. End inner class output stream. End class BASE64. Number 32, browser dialog.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history. Import java.awt.border layout. Import java.awt.frame. Import java.awt.gridbag constraints. Import java.awt.gridbag layout. Import java.awt.rectangle. Import java.awt.robot. Import java.awt.event.action event. Import java.awt.event.action-listener. Import java.awt.event.window event. Import java.awt.image.bufferedImage. Import java.io.file. Import java.net.url. Import java.utilityVector. Import javax.image.io.image.io. Import javax.swing.j button. Import javax.swing.j file cursor. Import javax.swing.j label. Import javax.swing.j panel. Import javax.swing.filechooser.file filter. Import org.parosproxy.paros.constant. Import org.parosproxy.paros.control.control. Import org.parosproxy.paros.extension.abstract dialog. Import java.awt.card layout. Public class browser dialog extends abstract dialog. Private static final string title equals view in browser. Private jpanel jcontent pane equals null. Private jpanel jpanel bottom equals null. Private jlabel equals null. Private jbutton btn capture equals null. Private jbutton btn stop equals null. Private jbutton btn close equals null. Private string title equals. Private vector URLs equals new vector. Private jpanel equals null. Private embedded browser equals null. This is the default constructor. Public browser dialog. Super. Initialize. Public browser dialog, frame, Boolean modal. Super, frame, modal. Initialize. This method initializes this. At return void. Private void initialize. This dot set content pane, get jcontent pane. This dot set default closey operation, do _ nothing _ on _ close. This dot set title. This dot add window listener, new java.awt.event.window adapter. Public void window closing, window event win EVT. Stop. Browser dialog. This set visible, false. Pack. This set size, 640,480. This method initializes jcontent pane. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jcontent pane. If jcontent pane equals null. jcontent pane equals new jpanel. jcontent pane set layout, new border layout. jcontent pane add, get jpanel, java.awt.border layout.center. jcontent pane add, get jpanel bottom, java.awt.border layout.south. Return jcontent pane. This method initializes jpanel bottom. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel bottom. If jpanel bottom equals null. Grid bag constraints 2 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 2.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 5,3,5,5. Grid bag constraints 2.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 2.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.east. Grid bag constraints 2.gridx equals 2. Grid bag constraints 3 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 3.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 5,3,5,2. Grid bag constraints 3.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 3.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.west. Grid bag constraints 3.gridx equals 3. Grid bag constraints 1 equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints 1.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 5,3,5,2. Grid bag constraints 1.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints 1.anchor equals java.awt.gridbagconstraints.west. Grid bag constraints 1.gridx equals 1. Grid bag constraints equals new grid bag constraints. Grid bag constraints.insets equals new java.awt.insets, 10,5,10,2. Grid bag constraints.grid equals 0. Grid bag constraints.fill equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.horizontal. Grid bag constraints.anchor equals java.awt.gridbag constraints.west. Grid bag constraints.weight equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints.weights equals 1.0d. Grid bag constraints.grids equals 0. JLabel equals new JLabel. JLabel.set text. JLabel.set component orientation, java.awt.component orientation.unknown. JPanel bottom equals new JPanel. JPanel bottom.set layout, new grid bag layout. JPanel bottom.add, JLabel, grid bag constraints. JPanel bottom.add, get and capture, grid bag constraints 1. JPanel bottom.add, get ton stop, grid bag constraints 2. JPanel bottom.add, get and close, grid bag constraints 3. Return JPanel bottom. This method initializes JButton. At return javax.swing.jButton. Private JButton get and capture. If btn capture equals null. btn capture equals new JButton. btn capture.set text, capture. btn capture.horizontal alignment, javax.swing constants.center. btn capture.horizontal text position, javax.swing constants.trailing. btn capture.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 73,28. btn capture.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. Capture. Return btn capture. Private JButton get ton stop. If btn stop equals null. btn stop equals new JButton. btn stop.set text, stop. btn stop.horizontal alignment, javax.swing constants.center. btn stop.horizontal text position, javax.swing constants.trailing. btn stop.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 73,28. btn stop.add action listener, new java.awt.event.action listener. Public void action performed, java.awt.event.action event e. int I equals 0. 4. I equals 0, I urls dot size, I plus plus. System.out.println, urls dot get, I. urls dot clear. Stop. Return btn stop. Private void stop. Get empted browser, dot stop. Control dot get singleton, dot get proxy, dot seedable kket processing, false. Private void capture. Try. This dot seedle wason top, true. Buffered image screen capture equals new robot, dot create screen capture. New rectangle, this dot get x, this dot get y. This dot get width, this dot get height, this dot jpanel bottom dot get height. Save as JPEG. JFile cursor chooser equals new JFile cursor. Chooser.add choosable filter, new file filter. Public boolean accept, file. String file name equals file.get name. Return file name ends with .png. Public string get description. Return.png. Chooser.show save dialog, this. File equals chooser.get selected file. If file equals null. Image io.write, screen capture, png, file. Catch, exception e.print stack trace. This .Sedelwaisen top, false. This method initializes JButton1. At return javax.swing.jbutton. Private JButton get and close. If btn close equals null. btn close equals new JButton. btn close dot set text, close. btn close dot set visible, false. btn close dot add action listener, new action listener, close this window. Public void action performed, action event arg0. Stop. Return btn close. Public void add URL, URL arg. urls.add, arg. This method initializes jpanel. At return javax.swing.jpanel. Private jpanel get jpanel. If jpanel equals null. jpanel equals new jpanel. jpanel.set layout, new card layout. jpanel.set preferred size, new java.awt.dimension, 400,300. jpanel.add, getEmpted browser, getEmpted browser, .getName. Return jpanel. This method initializes embedded browser. At return org.paros proxy.paros.extension.history.embedded browser. Embedded browser get embedded browser. If embedded browser equals null. Embedded browser equals new embedded browser. Embedded browser.set name, embedded browser. Return embedded browser. Void ctrl title, String URL. Set title, title and URL. Number 33, bytevector.java. Package org.paros proxy.paros.network. To change the template for this generated type comment, go to Window, Preferences, Java, Code Generation, Code and Comments. Public class bytevector. Private static final int initial underscore size equals 4096. Private byte buff equals null. Private int bufflen equals 0. Private boolean changed equals true. Public byte vector. Buff equals new byte initial underscore size.